busting on mounting this see place for this to make it neat that you can get it.
I think that's it. I think that's it. Let me know if you can hear me. Give it a little bit of gain. See if I can get up here. Yeah, today we're gonna be working on the ESC and the mount and making sure we get this in the right place. Um, I had a few ideas for this. Yesterday I got busting a little bit on the design, which was a spin-off from this other design here, if you can see on the work cam. This was the very first um, iteration to this mount when I was trying to get the receiver to be right next to the ESC. But since we are not going to be doing that anymore, we scrapped all of this area up here at the top. We're just going to work with this bottom tray area since I already have it and it's a nice fit. We're just going to stick with that. What we made different from this mount is that we added this little lip here so that it can snap into place. So we'll see how deep this snap is, and if it's not deep enough, we'll make it more deep, and also we'll add some snaps onto the back side as well, so that we can pull it out if we want to pull it out, or when we're not messing with it, it's secure. And I want it to be snug enough to where we don't have to worry about using zip ties. I think there's a zip ties is the easy way out. But we'll get this mounted. The position that I'm going for, I think I'm gonna go for, is putting it underneath this left side since I already have a little bit of weight over here from the steering servo. So what I'm just trying to do is balance out the chassis now and try to get as much stuff as balanced as I can. Earlier today I put a live up because I did a reiteration of the wheels. And what I did in the wheels was during the live yesterday, I had a couple of the knockoffs. I had those to break loose, and I end up with the wheel being secured, but without a way to get it off. So I went in and I made it a little more robust to where that wouldn't snap loose, and we're gonna install those today as well. You probably could see the difference in the thickness here. I just made the walls a little thicker. I can't remember what I went with. It was probably thicker by zero point 0.02 thickness, I believe. But I think, that'll get it. Um, and also I went thicker on the walls, which was another thing I wanted to do from this. So as you can see the wall here is thicker than it is over here. And also it gives it that vibe and that feel of the smaller rim. This was the first rim that I designed for this, and um, while it was to the scale of a realistic 13-inch rim, it was a little too small to bring the chassis off the ground at ride height. So I was getting a little drag still with these smaller wheels. So what I had to do was I had to beef it up, change up the whole thing. The tire, all of that had to be had to go up in size. So just by making that small adjustment, that happened. And then I wanted to make this a little more robust, so I added a little thickness to the rim. So here we are. If you are in here, I appreciate you for being here, and I appreciate y'all for walking out with me and helping me to grow this channel. This has been fun for me. It's been a lot of fun for me, just being able to do this and get feedback on what I'm doing here. Sometimes it can be like, it can be a real challenge just trying to, you know, figure things out by yourself, but to have an actual audience giving you feedback as you go is awesome. And if you was in the live earlier today, you might have caught that I started printing these wheels without support, right? And since I did not print without, I didn't print with support, I end up having to stop the print and put one of these spacers in, right? So when I put the spacer inside of the slot so I can save the print, um, the the head of the printer or the nozzle was scraping up against this because this was higher than the actual height of the layer where the layer started printing. So it was scraping that, and I was kind of taking a chance on it, you know, by allowing it to rock out, and it turned out good. These still turned out perfect. Um, they didn't have any flaws, so I was kind of happy that I didn't have to scrap that video too, you know, because when that happens, in most cases you'll ruin the whole print. You ruin the whole print, and then you just have to scrap it and go back to something else. But to be able to keep that content and also to be able to have the wheel ready to install is another awesome thing. So we'll get cracking on that after we install these. I wanted to make sure that they would fit just how I want them, and be ride height and everything ready for us to do what we're gonna do today. And it's a perfect fit too. I actually would have had a little bit of lip left over so I can pull those hexes out if I needed to. But having this thing sit in the printer made that hex to be the exact size of the hex. The hex hole, I mean. And so we end up exactly where we need to be. Got the little pin over here. Put that to the side for now. I know it might be a little late out there for you guys. Uh, but as I work on, lives and things like that, I'll learn what the proper times are to go live, and it'll be in a time frame where everybody can catch it. All right, so the reason that these were popping off, and I figured this out um, this morning when I was thinking about it, is that the hex hole that I put in here in the originals, it was too short, so the hex would go all the way in, and then um, the screw that's left over would poke at the back of this cap part, and then eventually it would pull those layers apart just from force. So every time I tighten this thing down to the max, it would just lose its lose that layer adhesion, and then we'd be where we are. But now that's good. That looks good. I just gotta know not to over tighten and stuff like that. But I did give it some allowance, so it shouldn't do that. But you never know. It don't. It all. It seems like no matter how much you prepare for things to work out, sometimes there's always something that you're missing. Perfect knockoffs, man. Perfect set of knockoffs. Oh, that. What y'all doing? Y'all supposed to be in the bed. Y'all supposed to be in the bed. Go get in the bed. Hey, hey. Let me have. All right, go get in the bed. You too. Hey, out. Go that way. Go that way. Go with mommy. Get these and press them in. Every time I press these in, I always have a moment where my heart is kind of beating because I don't want to hear that cracking sound from it being too tight and pressing it in place. Then we got this one here. Push out through the back. These were a nice fit, by the way. Nice fit. But guess what? I redesigned the tires earlier today as well, so we'll probably be printing that out during this live, depending on how long it takes us to get with that, to get through with that the ESC. You know, we'll go through the back side again for this. Put it all the way in there, snap it in. I love the sound of snaps, but that sound of that snap is everything. That we're gonna pull out this hex here. Set the old ones to the side. See what I did also to make this thing more robust is this back area. Instead of having that extra lip open, if you can see that, instead of having that lip there, I went ahead and just added all the rest of that to go all flush. So you could think about how much more strength I added to it by doing it that way. So that was another thing that I wanted to make sure that I eliminate so we can avoid having any type of issues with this thing breaking. Whether it be when I get ready to take this thing full speed down the street, I want it to be ready, you know. And sometimes you can get so caught up in doing design that you don't pay attention to the red flags type stuff, and you'll end up reaching a point where I might have to make these knockoffs a little deeper still, because I think maybe this screw, I think I designed this screw on this side myself, but I think I might have put it too, might have made it too long. So I don't think I'm gonna get bussing on tightening it all the way today. So we'll look at that. Keep that in mind. Make a note of that. Rear to left or rear right wheel. Yep, yep. See that? So that screw is too long on this side for the knockoff. It's perfect on the other ones. This was one that I had to fabricate myself. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I'll leave it off so we know what's going on with that. I'm surprised that other one was hanging on the way it was, because I don't think they're necessarily deeper than this one. All right, through the back, over there, back again. Nice little snap, and we are in there. One thing I really didn't want to have to worry about was these things coming off of the rim when I get turning on those tight turns. That's okay, you just gotta fan it like that. Alright, do what you gotta do, get another one in. I did go deeper with the knockoffs too. I could have went a little, I think I could have went a little more deeper with the hole though, just to make sure that it would seat in there good. But we'll see. We will see. Oh, that one actually went in there just by the press of my fingers. Well, get this one on. It's a late live. I don't think there's anybody up. Go, see that? Like how I like it. And then this side here is the one that snapped loose on us. But we gotta figure out how we gonna get this thing loose. The last time I drilled some holes and I unscrewed it that way. That might be the case again. Went with a 1/8 inch bit, well 1/16 and then a 1/8. We'll just go with the 1/8. How we doing out there? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing a quick install of the rims that I printed out today, and then we'll get busting on that ESC. Yep.
I can't find my a long pant. Long pant.
Your long pants is missing? Oh man. So what we gonna do?
Fit.
We're gonna shop it. We're going shopping? That's what's up.
today.
Okay. Well, where you trying to go shopping at?
What?
Where we going shopping?
So I can get
I said where?
more accessories. More. I need more pants.
All right, let's go get more pants then.
Right now?
No, we can't go right now because they ain't open right now.
Hmm? Find it!
Find what?
My pants!
You gotta look for your pants, baby girl.
I don't know what it is.
You don't know where it is, but you gotta look. That's the whole point and purpose in looking. You gotta be able to find it. When we got her off. I love it when the plan comes together. Ah, look at that. Now this piece, we could just throw it away. When I first started printing, I was always keeping like little scraps and pieces, thinking I would need to go back to them and utilize them later. And before you know it, when you do that, before you know it, you got a whole lot of parts and pieces just laying around that it's just plastic junk. And if you ain't got a slurry machine or something like that that can recycle the plastic, just get rid of it, get it out of the way, so you don't have to worry about trying to make room for it. Cause ain't nothing like trying to make room for some junk. That's a whole nother thing there. You making room for junk. Hawaii, we barely got enough room as it is. So making room for junk is just
Talking to.
chat. I'm online. This one, we gotta carve this one out. Cause how I was able to get these out was by using a heat press insert. Ask mommy to find them. Ask mommy if she can help you in that department. I'm on live right now, so I can't. Oh, you want me?
Oh.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. This is the no turn up zone right here. This is not the time for the turn up, baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. So on the ones on this one in particular, it seemed like there was a couple of areas where it melted a little too much, and I just had to carve that area back out to make it do what it do. But there it go right there, y'all. There it is right there. Man, we are in there like swimwear from last year. But we got one more of those knockoffs up here somewhere at the top. Boom, 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 boom. Do anybody else bebop when they working? Let me know in the comments. If when you working, you start making up your own or your own rhythm, theme music, because it helps you move and groove how your body moves. All right. and we where we need to be. All right, let's get cracking on this ESC bracket. Let's see what we working with here. All right. So the goal is to get it in the inside. Goal is to get it in the inside, right? Down in this area here in this bay is where we want to be at, where all that silver is. We got to find a happy place right there. So I think we have the right dimensions of like this bottom portion of the tray, like I was saying before. But now we just have to find that height um, to set it in there and get our screw hole area together where we want our screws to be. Um, and I did some measurements on this yesterday, but I forgot. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I forgot. So we're gonna have to do some measuring again. And then we're gonna go into the CAD work and we're gonna do the CAD work. And then we're gonna drop it into the machine and it's gonna do its thing for a couple minutes. And then we're gonna be back at it again. All right. So my goal was to make this thing wrap through the motor mount. And by that I mean these wires here where the battery and the power switch is, they're going to go through this whole this area underneath. And I think I might end up doing something like a channel guide, like a wire guide where the wires will sit down inside of a channel of some sort to where it just looks real like pipe, you know what I'm saying? Looks like a piper just came in and laid some conduit. That's kind of how I want this thing to look. I want it to look sleek. I don't want the wires to be all over the place. All right, hold it, baby girl. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. So this area, just like something like that. Want that to wrap in there real smooth and nice. And then these, I'm gonna fix this because I don't know how they how they soldered this or who soldered that and how they got the solder all the way up the wire here. But you know, that's not really what it is. You know, there's too much solder going on there and it's stiff. You know, it doesn't leave any space for flexibility if I want to wrap this thing and make it loop around. You know, I'm from the cable industry, you know, and we used to make drip loops and all that stuff. And you know, the craftsmanship, and that's how you shine in the craftsmanship. You get to lay them lines real nice and flush, and the way you route them be so smooth. When people see the install, they just be like, "Wow, I like how you wired that together and made that look nice." Because you know, most people they don't want wires running down the side of their house, especially if they got siding, because the siding it's already light as it is. Then you got the black wires running on the side of the house. It kind of makes everything look tacky. So, getting crafty was one of them things, man, that just made customers happy. When they saw the end result, they was just like, okay, I see how you're doing it. You know, I'm happy with the way it went. Because you know, sometimes you can't run the wires how people want you to run them. People want you to be all down in the crawl space, you know, risking it all. And yeah, sometimes you gotta tell them, hey, it's 108 degrees outside right now. I can't be down in your crawl space. Like we ain't doing that today. But I could run it on the outside. And we're gonna run it real quick, and we're gonna get up out of here. We ain't gonna play no games with it. We ain't gonna play around. All right, so based off of this bracket, um, we have two holes that's like right underneath the bracket, like inside of that channel area. And what I want to really accomplish is for the ESC to be inside the chassis. I don't want it to be hanging outside of the chassis like this mount was doing for it. Because originally it was hanging out here like this. No, I think it was here. That's where it was mounted, just like that on the side. But it puts a lot of weight on the outside of the chassis and it forces the body to kind of lean that way when it's at a resting position. And so we don't want that. We don't want that at all. So we're jumping ahead and we're tucking it in so that weight isn't gonna affect the suspension and how the vehicle naturally sits. So we're about here with it. All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get this girl her pants before she start popping out, and then we're gonna be back at it in a second. All right. All right, we back. We have to get the get the kiddos together, you know. Sometimes they be acting like the bedtime ain't here. All right. So the first thing I want to do is figure out exactly where these holes are gonna line up inside of that bracket. Um, it's kind of eyeballing at this point, you know. I know what I want it to look like, and if I get it at close enough, it don't have to be the exact measurement, but as long as I get it close enough to where I can mount it and it's nice and smooth, that's what we're gonna go with. I have two holes down here at the bottom that come off the link rod rack, and that's probably where we're gonna end up putting it. I don't want to go too deep to where it's hitting the axle, so I gotta be careful there. But it was this way yesterday, and then there was this way. I could have put it. I think this was the way that I was looking for it to go. Yeah, and that's plenty of space. So what we can do here, if I'm at 0, is add a little side tab here, straight down the middle. That is 0.28. Or we could do 0.29. Yeah, 0.29. So 0.29 out, and then we got to get the height. And the height is going to be important because we don't want it to touch, we don't want it to rest on these bars right here. We want to have that all laid out to where it's not bumping any of that stuff. But also we want it to where it tucks away nice and smooth. So we are looking at about height from, or we'll do height from that part there. You know what though? If I keep it inside, this is gonna be really close, y'all. Like this is gonna be super close. A point 0.4, a point 0.4, 0.4 or 0.35. Let's go 0.35. So we had a 0.35 and a 0.29. Saying so 0.35 and a point. Instead of doing 2.9, let's do 3. So 0.3 and a 0.35. All right. So come over here in our 360. That clamp, we can kind of have that towards the front. We'll jump off on the side here. So let's work from the bottom. I'm feeling lucky today. All right. Let's start a drawing. We're gonna come in and get us a nice center line going here. We can make the center line right on the money at that 0.3 already. 0.3, 90 degrees, right? And then we will, from that center point, we'll create that box. So it's a 0.3 out and then a point. So 0.3. Oh, I didn't measure that sideways either. It's going to be a 0.35 tall. Sideways, we are looking at, no, that can't be right. Maybe it is. 0.5. It's looking like, or close to it. 0.585. Okay. 0.585. So I'm going to select the center. I'm going to get the center of this. Go out point. So we got 0.3 on that side already. Tab over there. We got 0.5. What was it? 585? 0.585. It's that right there. We can go ahead and work the holes out as well. We already have holes here from the previous from this other mount, which we just gonna rock with it. You know, since it's already there, we just gonna rock it out. Take that screw out so I can do that measurement from hole to hole. Hole to hole, we are looking at a 0.25. Okay. So 0.25, split that in half. What we got? Where's my mathematicians? 0.25 divided by 2. I always do the math. Even though I know in my mind what it's going to be, I still run the math because I hate having the moments where I'm drawing a blank and my brain is working a little slow or something. And if I have to go back and do it again, I'm doing something wrong, you know. And these holes here are going to be, I can make this hole a 0.13. 0.13. Hit the OK button. Then we're going to mirror that. Take that right there, get that, grab the center line, jump that over. Wow, we in there. Finish that. We'll come out to our side. We want to verify the thickness of this because we want to continue that thickness, which is a 0.1. We're going to go up a 0.1, and then we're going to go down 0.35, and that's going to be the leverage that we're using for this bracket. We're going to extrude. We're going to do a double distance. Here we go, two-sided. So this upward version is going to be a 0.1. Bow. We'll hit the tab button for the bottom one. That one is going to be 0.35. And we're going to lock that in. Now that we're looking at this and it looks like that, We're gonna do some magic to it because it's gotta have some stability now. It can't just be sitting like this because it will break. So we gotta add some rigidness to it. So how we do that is with fillets. We'll add like a 0.5 fillet to this one here, or a 0.1, I mean, 0.1 to this side here, and then we'll just go crazy on this other side. We'll get this one as deep as we want to get it. Go all the way to the inside if we want. That fillet there, bust it out as long as we can get it. 35, okay? This adds a lot of rigidness to this thing, and now we don't have to worry about it. But even better if we go ahead and do the other sides as well. Hit the fillet button. Sometimes it'll let us do some crazy stuff like this. Sometimes it won't, because other fillets will stop it from from coming out as a fillet. But you know, sometimes it works. It just works. Today's one of those days. So on these, let's do a 0.1. Let's see what that looks like. And all we're doing is we're really just trying to reach out and grab a hold to as much area and surfaces that we can without there being a sharp area that could break away. You know, we don't want no breakage. Plus, we only got this thing holding on to one side. It's not that heavy of a piece either, but you know, if you make it right the first time, you don't have to make it right again. You know, that's my logic. If you don't have to make, if you make it right the first time, you don't have to make it right the second time. It's the outside of that. I thought that was some weird undercut. All right, so we got that. Now we got that. I mean, we might want to end. I mean, we could do like a, you know, inset screw holes, but it really ain't necessary for like this area. You just kind of like just let it be and let it do what it's doing. It's not an area that people are gonna be like looking at like, oh yeah, look how they designed that. It's so crappy. All right, so now this area here, I really like how we did this. I do have to measure it again because I did this when I was sleepy, and I want to make sure that that's enough of a clip. Because if that's not enough of a clip, we could just pull it out with the push and try to get it to stick out a little further. But you know that clip is for this area under here. So we had the mount, then we had the little clip coming in off of that mount, and we had it just to be slight. You know, we wasn't trying to overkill it. But I mean, we got the space to come in more than I did go on it. That thickness was at 0.07 or close to a 0.07, and then oh yeah, like a 0.8, 0.8, 0.85, and then we should have brought it in. I think we cheated ourselves out of bringing that thing deeper. 0.12 is around what we should have did. A 0.12 coming in. So from let's get that measurement again. 0.12 was from the inside. So from the inner wall to where the bump is on this should have been a 0.12, and I don't think we hit a 0.12. But in order to get that measurement, um, I could just draw a line. I could start a drawing and draw a line to it and see how that works. All right, so here from this angle, and I know that it's not a .12. Just by looking at it, I know it's not a .12. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that I knew it. It's a .25, a .025. We got a little ways to go. But we want a .12. We're looking for this thing to come all the way out here. All right. Let's see from there, .1, .12. Okay. Let's make that a guideline. All right. Yeah, I can't believe I miscalculated that. But that goes back to what I was saying before. When you get designing stuff and you're tired, sometimes your math is off. Even though you know better, the math will be off. So we'll get that going. I'm gonna measure the height as well. Shit, we might as well make sure we get it together all the way. So from the original, that clip is gonna, that thing is gonna ride up to a .2. Yeah, like a .2 in between .2 and .10. .21. .21 from the base of that. So let's go back flat. So from down here, do us another line from down here at this base point. Hello. What's happening? I'll just shoot from this area here. From there, coming down to this point here. 2, 1. See? See what I mean? This is only a .1 from there. So, well, no, that looks about right. That's about right. That is about right. If we're coming from up here, where this cusp is starting, it's close. It's not where it should be, but it's close. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We got a little work, and I probably could just redesign something and push it in. Yep. So that's a little disappointing. I think the backside. I think I put where the backside at is probably the side with the right measurement. That's 3-1. So 3-1. From 3-1 we will come down 1.1, and that will put us at 2-1. Right, and we come down to 1 right there. Bring that across. Well, and we wanted this to come out .12, we say. Well, .12 from the outside, so it would be .22. A .22 right there at this spot right here is where we need to remap that clamp and get that thing to snap right. Again, so from there to there, and then I guess we just follow it back up. Or we can make it flatter. Don't mean no never mind to me. See? Alright, so what I want to do Now let's get us like an arch or something. Let's see if we can get this thing to curve how we want it to curve. We want it to curve nicely. We don't want no problems. There to there. Wrong curvature. Wrong curvature. Wrong curvature. Let's try the tangents. There. Oh, and of course I want to work backwards. It wants to work backwards. Finicky tools, y'all. Finicky tools. Can't go wrong with a finicky tool. Yeah, we can't get that roundness to happen. So what we just gonna do is draw it in there like this. Come on, not you too. Is it because of that line? It's gotta be because of the center line here. Let's see. Let's go backwards. And maybe these anchor points and stuff. So let's see what we got. Let's delete that. And let's try that again. Maybe if I draw a line up. I swear if I promise. Trying to get one of these to do one of these. Here. Nah. It's to be a bump. But that's where we need the bump to start, kind of, up in this area. Let me see. Let's go back to the measurements. So that cusp need to be at like 2 from the top. We go up 0.2 and then that cup happens, right? So from the base of this, going up 0.2 and then having that come over. I think we did something similar to that already. So from here, 0.2, we're at 0.2 is where it needs to start, and then it starts curving after that. I don't know what I was thinking about with this curve here. That was not the move. It looks sexy and it's elegant, but it's not right. And it's not deep enough. Not nearly as deep enough. All right. So from this point here, first off, let's get rid of this. Let's get, let's leave them for now. This right here, we can get rid of that. You draw this line straight over. Center of that. We want this. We want to come down and join this so that we can just plop that in there. We'll continue all the way the rest of the way up. I was digging the idea of having like a latch for if we want to pull it out and not have to worry about it being stuck. We can just have that part where we can pull it open with our thumb. About 0.3. 0.3 there, and then go all the way there with it. All right. We're going to cut that part off, and then we're going to draw our new one in there. Then we're going to craft it from there. It's got to be the way. That has to be the way. I need to go up a little higher too, because it's looking like that's going to be a thin nudge. We're going to make our own way. We always do. Instead of going narrow with it. There. I'm going to bring this thing straight up. 0.7 or what? What y'all think? 0.7? 0.07, I mean? 0.07 is kind of small. I guess I think that'll do. 0.7 or 0.07, 0.08 is about where we at with it. Let's go 0.08. You can't go wrong with a 0.08. And then a 45-degree angle, which is equal to a 135 on the opposite side. So a 135 degree here. Let's go back into the thickness of this. That's probably where we need to be at with it. You don't cooperate with me. Is that the 135 already? I guess I'm gonna play hardball. Oh, there it go. No, that ain't it. It's overextending. E. So it forced my hand. What we're gonna do is just take that up from there. Find that angle there. Sometimes this thing is so finicky though. I be trying though. I be trying. Sometimes I be feeling like it ain't working. Like it don't want to work for me sometimes. So I get the sweet talking that thing, you know what I'm saying? I be like, hey, you know, you work better when you look better when you work it nice. Program be like, is that right? I be like, yeah. Like I enjoy working with you when you're acting right. Don't make me switch up on you now. Yep. We gotta close this out now. We got, I don't know where this came from. These are, I guess these are projector lines. Cause I don't recall. Full shape yet or what? I hope it's a full shape. It better be a full shape. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna chop that other one off. And then this is gonna replace that one. And then we're gonna do our Philly thing to it, and then, you know, it's gonna come out amazing, like it always do. That's gonna be what it's gonna have to be. So we'll get rid of the sketch. We're gonna push this and knock it off, all the way off. Ah, get out of there. Nah, right? Just chopped it off, right? But it's at a good point though, because we gonna bring our sketch up and get to it. That right there and that right there and that, and get rid of that line. And we extrude that. Bring it that way. Wow. 0.3 over. Clockwork. Clockwork. And we made light of it. Now we're gonna take that, we're gonna fillet it. Put a little fillet on that thing, you know what I'm saying? We don't want that. We want this. Right? We'll go all the way. But really we want to make sure that that roundness is not gonna be hindering that snap on part. You feel me? We want that thing to click. Alright, we about there with it. Alright, that's good. 0.05. And we'll do the same thing on this edge here too. This is just to make sure we get a smooth transition on the click, you know, and the pull out too, not just the click, but you know, we got to get that whole thing acting right. Gotta be smooth. Somewhere up in there. Then we got this one here. We want this to be the opposite direction, so we actually gotta pull a fillet. Extrude a little bit so that we'll have that little thumb lip. You know, we need the thumb lip. 0.06, it's not really that much of a difference. But we could go 0.08, you know? And 0.08 seemed like a good number tonight. Yeah, that seemed about right there. Right there. There. Grab that. Get us a little fillet in there and round that off so it don't break loose on us. Mm-hmm. And we can put one here on this side too. We just dress them up. At this point, we're just doing aesthetics. 5 would be ideal. There. Wow. Alright, we got that locked in. Right? Let's go ahead and smooth that side out too, because, you know, why not? Maybe 0.25. 0.035 is good. Alright, that's about nice. That's about nice. Now we just gotta do this on the other side. And we can get to that real easy. You know, we can get to that very easy. Just by copying and pasting. But though what needs to happen is we have to offset those clips because on the other side the wires sit differently. We have our power wires and our power switch right down the middle. Not like this side where we have a wire down the middle, but we can still get the clamp to do its thing. On the other side, we don't have that. We have to actually make room for it on the other side. So, let's see. We can go higher or we can keep it down low. Just depends. It really do depend. I wish y'all was in here talking to me. You feel me? Because if y'all was in here talking to me, then I'll be able to come to a conclusion on this thing, you know? Think about it though. Thinking about it. All right. So we gotta come to a decision here. Um, the main question is, do we even need another clamp? If we have one clamp on the side already, if we got one clamp pushing everything down, would it come loose on the other side? That's the question. If we brought the wall up higher on that side, then we probably wouldn't have to worry about it pulling out. You feel me? That's just my logic on that. If I bring that wall up point 0.2, or no, point 0.2 might be too high. Maybe like a 0.15. Yeah, I bring the wall up on that side of 0.15, and say I put just like a little bump, like a little nudge. Like it don't have to be a whole lot, but just enough to give it give it some lip. You know what I'm saying? Give it some bite. So I could take this right here. I could bring that up, or I can push it up rather than do that. Let's push it up so that we can keep our fillet. You feel me? And I want to keep the fillet. So we had a 0.4 already. So we just want to put 0.415 on there. So we're gonna make it a 0.55. Somebody in there getting in trouble. What happened? I didn't catch it. If something did happen though. I guess we can't do the push because the other side is linked to this one. So let's go back to that 4. Mm. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't. We can't do that. We cannot do that because it changed the side over here too. We don't want that. So let's go the extrude route, the way we was gonna go before. You know what the hell is this? Like, how is it just selecting things to just extrude? Come on. We don't even have that. That thing was just like, just selected that by itself. Like, yeah, let's extrude that right now. Alright, so we said we wanted to go up 0.15 more. So let's go 0.15 more. We're gonna bring that in there like that. This here, we can, I don't know what we can do with this. Maybe we can maybe we can push this edge or something. No, we can't. Um, We could try to push these and see how it responds to us, cause that might be alright to do that. Nah, that ain't gonna be alright, y'all. Don't let me believe that, cause we already crafted this portion here to fit around the little grooves. We can't do that. Say, alright, so this is what I think I could do. I can push this in to the side. Cut. Right, cause that's a 0.7. Well, I look damn close if it is. Let's try it. It's a 0.07. Push that. And then push this. Let's see if it's a good cut. It's not necessarily a good cut, but it's better than what it was. Plus that helps us out in the department of getting this right here in the right place. I mean, we could have did this a long time ago. After we did that cut, we could have just brought this up and had nothing to worry about. Now we got that little gap right there in the middle. So this is what we gotta do then. Doing that like that, and then this goes up. Don't rock with me. It's gonna be joined. Get all slow on me. Is that a 3? Are we at a 0.3? Nope. 0.27? Nope. 28? 28 seemed about right, but it's about 27 and some. So what we're gonna do, and I do this a lot, we're gonna overextend and then we're gonna cut it once we get past that point. That's the only way to really get it nice and even without messing with it any further. The goal is like we shouldn't have to mess with it that much. You feel me? It shouldn't take that much at all. So cut into that a little bit. Get that. Take this one. Take it up past the point. Join it. And select that top surface. Do a slice. And split down the middle, like right there. Wow. Then we got those two top portions, which is probably this one. We're gonna remove it by right clicking on the area over here. Well, y'all can't see none of this, and that sucks that y'all can't see that. Remove that. Now we where we need to be. It's real smooth and easy. We're gonna take these right here. We're gonna round them off to a 0.05 with the fillet. 0.05. And we looking nice. We back where we was. See? We got that right there. We got that right there. Oh, I did that one by itself. See how it be acting? Fill it right there. 0.05. And we in there. No swimwear, but we in there. Alright, I think if I wanna give it, it probably can't really take no finesse though. But I could make on the edges, I can do something tricky, you know, just like right on the edge, we could do something tricky and get where we need to be. So say like we come in to point 2 from the edge, and we make like a little round, like a area where it kind of catches a little bit. We could try something like that. Babies ain't sleeping yet. They need to be sleeping, but they ain't, y'all. All right, so we're gonna get a little tricky right here. We don't want to do like what we did here, where it comes out that far. But we just want to add a little something to bite into that edge. So I'll make like a little round dot or something here in this corner, and fill it that off and do something like that, you know. So let's work with this edge here. I think we can get away with it. Yeah, let's work this side here, and then we'll draw in a little circle based off of this area right here. So let's go here. Um, I'm gonna select the circle, the 2-point circle. I'm gonna create that circle right off this edge here, and we'll make it, because it's only gonna be half of that much. What we said, that point 0.8 was doing good tonight, wasn't it? That point 0.8 is where it probably need to be. Uh, if I want that, maybe we need to do like a point 0.3 though. All right, let's do this. So I'm gonna take that away. Cause we don't want to be all deep in depth with it. We just want we want a little, just a little bite. That's it. Just a little piece. Just a little piece of something, you know? It ain't gotta be too much. But right here, here, I don't have no. Oh, it's rounding the corner on us. Okay, I see. It's going around the corner, y'all. And then we way farther than we want it to be. We only want it. Oh, let me get this right. Let me get it right real quick, y'all. Point 0.8. If I'm going point 0.8, I'm gonna drop down point 0.4. Um, if I'm gonna ride from this top, I'm gonna have to create a center line first, just so I can make uh that turn I want. So I'm gonna do a 0.04, right? And then I'm gonna draw my point from there, the 2-point circle from there. Sometimes I can overthink this stuff, and it don't have to be as harsh as I'm thinking about it. And then I'm coming over here, I'm got my point 0.8 coming over this way. 0.08, I mean. Lines us up right where we need to be. Once we extrude this, well, we'll do an offset, and then we'll extrude into that wall, and that should give us that little bite that we're talking about. Yep. Actually, let me think about that real quick, because we went up 0.15, right? So that nudge might need to be on the top of that wall and not on the side like how I have it. So I might have to adjust that. Yep, and I'm right. I'm right. When I'm wrong, I'm right, and when I'm right, I'm right. But when I'm wrong, I'm still right because when I'm right, I could have been wrong. Hey, let me know if y'all know what movie I got that from. I said it all wrong, but that joint is funny. That man said, when I'm right, I'm right, and when I'm wrong, I'm still right. Cause when I'm right, I could have been wrong, so I'm still right. Mm, let's take that and move it up. That's what we gotta do. We gotta move it up. Point 0.8, but it ain't gonna let us do that cause it's on some bull. All right, so we gotta do this again now. Oh, I'm doing this too many times now. All right, point 0.04. Come in up here, get the double circle, and then a point 0.08 going upwards. Point 0.08 right there. Right. And then not only that, we need that to extend over here so we can get a nice little box. And I could have did this the other way. Sometimes you don't be thinking. Sometimes I don't be thinking. Don't judge me. I be going all the way around the point 0.8 and then right over to the circle. Wow. Now, that's where we need to be. That's exactly where we need to be, man. So we're going to extrude this over. Um, then we're going to go down the middle on the thing. And it's going to be all right, y'all. So I said I can come in, I think it was a point 0.2 on the extrude or point 0.3. So let's do 0.35. 0.35 is all right with me. 0.35. We're going to finish that out. Bring that thing back up because I wasn't finished with it. Go over, right? Extruding negative because we're on the other side of it. Negative 0.035. Come on. Come on. Don't act like you don't know me. Negative 0.035. No, that ain't it. It's a 0.35. Hey, it's late. And the computer be acting like they don't want to cooperate sometimes. Right there. That's what we need right there. All right. So we right there with it, right? That's the little thing that we need right there. Now we just gotta make it pretty. Now in order to make it look pretty, we gotta do some crafty dandy work. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but before I do that, that's I'm thinking. All right, let's extrude it from this side because we can get that little portion knocked off real quick. Pop that out, get rid of it. Gone, gone like it was never there, right? And then now we got like this little corner here. We'll work that out. Um, really we could do like fill it and that will blend that. Or we can draw something from the top and chop downward. But we'll go here. We got that roundness that we wanted. I want to fill out this whole area here. If it'll let me. Sometimes it be acting iffy. You don't want me to do nothing. You don't never want me to do no feeling. That's how I be feeling about this program sometimes, man. I be trying to do a fill it. I be trying to make it look neat, and then the program be like, "Nah, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that neither. Nope, nope, nope. Again, try again. Nope." I'd be like, all right. So what's gonna have to happen here? I'm gonna say that a lot, man. If y'all follow me and y'all watch me, y'all gonna hear me say that a lot. We're gonna find out. We're gonna figure out how to do it. That's what we do. That's what we are born to do. Um, One thing I can do is I can draw the rest of this out right here. From this area, I can draw another sketch and extrude. Because what I should have did, what I should have had it done was I should have extruded this area here and cut that before I added the roundness to it. But I, I work with what I got, and sometimes my brain don't be firing off 100 like right away. All right, let me see if I can get just this edge here. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Let's see. Let me finish that for a second. I'm thinking, I'm thinking, I'm thinking, I'm thinking. I'm thinking, I'm thinking, I'm thinking. I'm thinking, I'm thinking. Nah, I'm not on what I'm thinking about. We have to do. Let's get rid of this real quick. I'm gonna try something different real quick, and this might make it make better sense. Uh, Bring this out like this, right? 0.08, like we was doing before. But we should have went a little more than that 0.08 because that inner wall was not lining up with what we did. That was the issue. So we got that. Bring this out. Pull this out here, right? Come to the bottom. We're gonna cut this off with the extrude. Like doing math, some long division type stuff. Alright, and then right here, extrude that. Right? Let me know if I'm bouncing the right direction with this. I think we where we need to be. Um,
Now the area that we extruded could just fit in right here. No problem, no hassle. Let me see if there's a cut that could be made here. Yes. Undo that. What I'll be trying to do is get rid of all these crazy nasty lines that be jacking up the mesh. Split now. Get rid of that. All right, we looking a lot better now. So, um, now back to that circle that we was messing around with. We're gonna have to cut that circle on the inset. Well, I'm gonna have to offset it first and then cut it. That's gonna be the only logical way that I can think about how to do it. Would be to bring up that circle again, wherever it went. Where are you, circle? Put these back together before I forget that drawing at. Right there, a little circle right there is the one. I'm gonna extrude and do a double-sided extrude. I'm gonna push this inward. This is going inside the wall, so we ain't gotta worry about chopping it or cutting it. Then we're gonna add to a join. Come around to this side. It's exactly what we wanted, y'all. This took me a little time to figure it out. Maybe I want to leave a little space so we can get that fillet to work nicely. Plus we was at a 3-5, but we really don't need 3-5. We can go 3, and then that fillet could be the 5. So that's how I think I want to put it, like that. See if that fillet look nice. Maybe we need to add both sides to that fillet. This corner plus this corner. I want some roundness to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I want it to be like a rounded corner. Not what I want. That's not what I want. It's not what I was looking for. But it's all right though. We'll just round this out right here then. This part out. Might as well be a point one. Point one. And then round this part out as well. Like a 0.05. Or a point one. If it'll let me do a point one. And then round this out. See how that looks. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm not mad at that at all. Yeah, the same thing on this side here. I guess I'll just take the wall up a little more. All right. So now that I got that, I just got to mimic this to the other side and get this clean looking. Take away this. You can just delete that fillet. Yep. And extrude that up to match that. 0.08. And now add the fillet here. I think we might be well higher than what we need to be on this side, but 0.05 fillet. Come on. I don't need all them sides. I just want this one edge. 0.05 and there. This is what we looking like right now. This is going to be the bracket for the ESC, and it's going down inside of this area here. So that's what we're working on. I'm designing it to be sleek. I don't want to use double-sided sticky tape on it, and I don't want to use zip ties. So I'm going this route with it. And you know, of course, when you somewhat of a perfectionist, you end up in like really overly thought out designs like this that don't really have to be as difficult as they are. But you know, my drive for designing gets the best of me sometimes, and then I end up overdoing it. But I guess that's what makes for good views, you know. It's somebody that's just in the mix like that. Going through this skin, cutting up the body this way, this way. That one, man. This one. Got that. Yeah, I'm down the middle now with that. Gotta get rid of this one here. No, it's this one here. I'm gonna mirror this to the other side using that plane. Drop it in. Put them together. Make them solid. And there we are. So right now I think this design is done. We'll send it over to the print. It's gonna be a crazy print now because I added this height. So now all of this has to be supported on the bed. But it's alright though that it has to be that way. Gonna be okay. Cause it's gonna be the bottom. It's not gonna get seen. And it's gonna be clean. I think it's gonna be clean. It's gonna work. So that's what we got. What is that speck there though? What is that? It'd be stuff like this that just be lingering. You don't know what it is. Sometimes it'll jack up. It'll jack up the mesh. What that is on this. It doesn't disappear when I do that. It disappeared when I did that. Let's see if it comes back if I extrude it back out. Nope, it's gone now. So it's like a small hole or something. That's weird. Sometimes I don't know why these things happen in this program, but there's so much that could be done in the program that you don't really know what's happening sometimes until you get ready to convert it to a mesh or something, and it starts acting up, and doing weird stuff. Like that line right there. That line is a random line. And usually how I would get rid of like a line like that is I would extrude out and cut against it. Like I'll see like it's a 0.001. It's weird. So I'd extrude out, grab the edge of the face, cut that off, and get rid of that part I cut off. And usually that takes care of it. But yeah, too random though. This side a little more difficult to do because we have those rounded edges already in play. So in something like this, this is a little more difficult to deal with. But we won't worry about it. I ain't gonna worry about it. You can't get them all, right? You can't get them all. This ain't Pokemon. Alright, so let's put this thing to the printer and see if it holds together. And I guess we'll do some other stuff. I was trying to do some TPU printing today with the tires I designed. I can show y'all the tires. I designed some tires and that was kind of cool. Let's do, what was this? That edge. What's that? Just a square. Move that. Rename this. Send them over to the printer. Save it first. All right, it's saved. Send it over to print. Click there. And we'll go over to Creality screen. We'll get our stuff to pop up in just a second. Yep. All right. Take this away for now. The workbench. All right. Mm, so this is gonna have a support at the bottom. We want the support to break away nicely. We don't want no issues with it. We don't want it to be melted to the back side of this thing at all. We just want just like bare minimal. I'm gonna do this 60% infill. You got another one? It's okay. It's soft. One, no, 60% infill here. The wall loop is 5. This is just to take care of the wall area. We want that to be solid. The infill is probably going to be like in a small portion of the center area of the frame, but everything else is going to be solid pretty much. This part here, the mount of the screw mount is going to be solid. Listen, listen. I can't. I thought I could, but I couldn't. All right, so we're not going to do the tree thing. Hmm? You sleepy already? You supposed to be in sleep though. You were supposed to be in sleep. So we're gonna take it back to a normal, right? Right, so it's gonna give us the little bricks at the bottom. Um, we're gonna pull all the way down. I want to make sure that that last layer, the first layer, is going against these bars, and this helps that thing to break away nice and easy. So my zigzag pattern is catty corner of those bars, and that's what we want. We got a nice little infill here in this area. I may want to take my lines up though. I want this part to be solid if it will be. It could be. You're sitting at 43 minutes right now. It won't be much of a difference if we add 2. And also, we could take the layer height to 25. Hey, you too? Okay. I'll leave the first layer at that point too, but all the rest of the other layers are going to be 0.25, which is going to give us a little more speed. Probably not a whole lot, but a little more. And then take this up a couple more because I want those holes to be a little more secured. Let's see. Yeah, so we chopped it down by taking that 25 up. We was at 43, I think, before, and now we're at 36 minutes of print time with that. I'm all right with that, because it's gonna go fast. And those holes look good. Now, what I'm looking for with holes is that I know that when I print holes, sometimes they're tight. Sometimes you're gonna need the drill. You just want to have enough surface there, in case you do have to drill. your hole's a little bigger, you still have some meat there around that area and it's not going to be weak. Because sometimes if you only got like two, say each layer is only 0.2 millimeters thick, and for your, like the hole is too tight for you to get a screw in there, and you want to drill the hole out to be like a 0.2 thicker, then that's gonna eat away at that wall. The integrity of it is gonna get weaker. We don't want that. So I'm looking out for that. And then also I'm considering smashing this down too. So if it's gonna be holding the majority of the weight, I want it to be um I want it to be strong enough to secure the outside of where the screw sits, like the head of the screw, should I say. I didn't do any inset hole here where the screw sits down in there, but normally that will eat away at the integrity as well. So let's try and keep it clean and keep the integrity on it. But we'll be printing this off in the ABS. And ABS is real smooth to print with too. ABS is super smooth. So let's go ahead and send this thing over. We got our stuff dialed in already. 36 minutes sound good to me. And I can get into designing the next part or whatever. Or we can talk if y'all want to talk. We can chop it up. You can ask some questions, or make some suggestions. I'm open to it all. When we over here with it, we'll bring the bench back in. Y'all got any questions about this? Now, another one of my goals too is to clean these wires up. Clean these wires up, because when they manufactured this motor, they put so much solder in here that it made the wire hard right here at the tips. So it's like an inch worth of solder inside the jacket. And so, you know, yeah, that's you. Oh man. So I have, I forgot to get rid of that support. Yep. Hold on, Lele. Just a second. Stop it. Fly. It happens to the best of us. But the cool part is that would have just became part of the print. It wouldn't have interfered with the print of the first layer or anything. It would have just become part of the layer. Plus, I mean, we would have been printing that area would have been all support anyway. It'd be taking a while sometimes for these things to kick in. Like you be wanting it to hit fast and right away, but it'd be like whatever it's doing a whole bunch of thinking or trying to calibrate. Never know what's going on back here in these computers. It's analyzing the best way to do all the routes and All right. What else is there? We are almost done with this thing. I have, oh, I know. I have the rear mount to think about and to consider. So how I wanted to do this was design the the mounting points with the magnets to be inside of the chassis. And so I was able to do that here with these holes. And let's see, I'll give you an example right now. So I had these magnets just hanging out around the house already, and I wanted to utilize them. So I stacked up five, four rows of five, and they slide down in here, and they'll get secured in with double-sided sticky tape or something like that. But what they're gonna do is hold the body on from the other side. But really durable, really strong. And I'll have the magnets on the other side here too. So it'll snap on and secure on that side. And if that don't work, I'll just add more magnets. But yeah, that's the gist of what I got going on there. So I did the front already. I have to design the back part. The back part I haven't done yet because I was still working with the other design on this battery mount. See that thing just thinking. It's just sitting, the air is going. It's like, well, what is it doing? Because it's not filling up, you know, it's at the heat that it should be at right now to start printing. See, we got kicked out. Now, hopefully, when we come back into it, we have video because I've been having issues with that lately. It's like it doesn't want to show the video, and then I'll end up using my overhead camera to, show the video. But I think it's gonna give us the video because it's thinking right now. Yes, yes, it's going to do it for us. Ain't that amazing? I've been fighting with this thing, man. Every time you get an update on the software, they fix something, but something breaks. And so it's been back and forth with that, getting the stuff to operate and to look good so that everybody can see what's going on in the screen. You know, these are my filaments that I have. I was working over here on the spool earlier and I got a jam trying to get that working. And I never went back to it. So maybe tomorrow I'll run that. Printing in TPU takes so long. It was gonna take 6 hours to print my wheels again. So these wheels here, these are TPU wheels, and they print out really good, but they take so long, and they're durable too. Like they have a little squish to them, but they're not like super soft. They remind me of a real RC car tire. They're just not rubbery, like grippy rubbery. Like if you want to drift on with them, you can drift with them, whatever, on a tile floor. But if they're out on the concrete, they will do their thing. they'll grip. Oh, I said I was gonna show you the tires, didn't I? So these are the tires that I designed today. Put a little grip on there. This is just so it can get some bite, into the some bite in there. This is the Dayton that I designed, the knockoff. Yeah, it took a little time, but these are gonna be white walls too. And I did something different for this. See, on this design here, I didn't make a way for the white part, because the white part I printed in TPU, um, or not TPU, I printed in PLA, and I wanted it to snap in, but I didn't create that uh that feature in this wheel. So with this one, I made the inner structure rounded so that those pieces will snap in and they'll stay in there. So that's gonna be cool. I'm looking forward to seeing how that comes together, because it looks good on the design, but to see like how it's gonna work on the actual vehicle is gonna be nice. Because the last thing you need is the stuff popping out of there on you. We got that print happening. Guess we can go full screen on that. We want to watch that. Hey, this thing got a mind of its own. But yeah, so those are the new tires. And I designed them to be left and right. So I'll have a right side and a left side instead of just having like a traditional pattern that works either direction. What makes the difference is having the white wall strip. If I didn't have the white wall strip, I wouldn't need two sides. So that was something that I considered. And nobody does double-sided white walls. That would just be like a little overkill to do that. And the inner structure of this was creating this lip here for the TPU to sit down in. It's just a little groove that the rubber snaps in over, and it's just enough that when it stretches, it bites into it, and then it pops into place. Once it pop into place, it's not coming out unless you force it out. And so, to get those, to get that measurement right, I just did a little plug and play with the surface revolving tool. When I did my lines, I just put out a little bit. I think it was like 0.02 or 0.03 or something like that. But I didn't make it an exact fit. I wanted to leave some space to kind of give that free play. On the rim, I went all the way to the bottom. My initial design had like this inset where it you can see it's not flat, but what that does is it doesn't allow, well, maybe you can't see it, too much light. It's got a little lip right there where the 12 millimeter hex is. Um, but instead of doing that way, it's really not necessary to have the back of the rim to look like a real lowrider rim. So the idea is just to make it strong enough if I'm gonna have the spokes go all the way through, like I did. Um, and give it that space. You know, give it that structure to be strong. And I went with it. It turned out amazing. These are the actual wheels here. I installed them earlier today, but they are amazing. They came out really nice. That go asset, the go accents. I mean, but yeah, that was some things I was thinking about as far as that design and just making it stronger, making it more durable, so that it wouldn't come apart when we start hitting bumps and stuff like that, or when this thing starts dancing around. Because I got to see a preview of what it was gonna do for the parts. Once I started showing some of the features of it, I think the live day before yesterday, I was showing off some of the features, and some of the parts were breaking, and it showed me that okay, you can make it look sleek, but you have to have enough structure for it to, last and be durable. So that's another reason too why I haven't released any files. Like the files they'll get released once everything is durable enough. I don't really want people to try to build this and figure that the parts are too weak and they wasted a lot of material printing them out when they're not sturdy enough to be durable. So we got to make them durable and make them worth people printing, and not rushing. Because you could rush a project. I designed a screen door latch for the screen door. I didn't release it, but I wanted to try it out at the house before, and that thing broke like within like 2 days of using it. And so I was like, in my mind, I was like, man, I'm so glad that I didn't post that. I'm so glad I didn't put that thing on Thingiverse, because man, that probably would have made some people mad to go through the process of printing it out and drilling holes and just to find out that it doesn't work. But now you have these holes in your wall that you can't get rid of. That just sucks. So when that happened, I was just like, all right, I know what I need to do. And now I'm just like, is the parts, they have to be good. Like not just look good, but they gotta perform good too. And so that's what all of this is about. Ooh, that thing is printing out fast. Look at that. We already got like the bottom of the frame, majority of the supports. hmm That's that ABS for you. I like how smooth ABS prints. ABS is so smooth, super smooth. Anything y'all want to see? Any questions out there? And also, if you didn't like the chat yet or like the live yet, like the live, please, so the algorithms could push it out to more people. The more likes I get on these videos, the more the algorithm pushes, the more people can see it. But I appreciate y'all for coming and rocking out with me. Yeah, it's cool to have people to talk to while I'm doing this stuff. I can show you the battery tray. Well, All right, so this is the battery tray update. It looks the same, but is lower. And how I came to that conclusion was I mounted this at the bottom. I was dealing with this top area here, running in contact with the trunk of the vehicle. So, and that was with it sitting up high where I initially had it. So this whole structure, which I think is like a 0.4 inch difference, um, I made it to where the mount is gonna sit up there on top now, and this bottom side here is lower to where I get the chassis to sit or I get the chassis to tuck into the body real nice. And also, I'm getting the wheels to tuck into the fairings. That was like a big deal for me, was to have this thing to sit low when it's at its lowest point. And I couldn't do that with everything sitting up high because of how much space I have to work with the older school cars. All the classic cars have that. Let me show you what I mean here. This portion right here. And the older cars, this is not a lot of space to work with, especially if you're using servos and stuff this big. It's like that in the back, it's like that in the front as well. That space, that's all, it's like maybe 2 inches of space to play with. It's not like the new school cars. Now the new school cars like a F-150, you're looking at about 3 inches of space, with a F-150. But to not have that type of space with these older vehicles, we have to go ahead and kind of try to tuck it away as best as we can. So without it being at that height that it was at before, ooh, we get them wheels tucked in there real nice and smooth and low. Now look how much this tucks. Look at that tuck. We wasn't getting that tuck before. You know what I'm saying? Look at that tuck. Like it's in there, you know what I'm saying? Like this thing is gonna be laying on the ground. You feel me? That's the look we were going for. If you're gonna make a low rider, it's gotta sit low. It's gotta be in there. Low and sexy. But then when it stands up, it's gonna be tall as well because the suspension is crazy on this thing. But that's the movement. This body here was a free body that I found on Thingiverse. And I will shout out the person that created this too, because they did an amazing job with it. And they passed it out. They passed it down to us to do whatever we want to do with it. So I had been playing around with the idea of redesigning my own, but this here is a good template to start with. You'll find that a lot of projects, if you look around, a lot of your interests probably have already been touched and somebody has kind of started the process for you. And it's cool to go ahead and utilize them, for educational purposes or to, get an understanding of how to create your own. And nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all wrong with that. Another thing I want to do too, like I was saying earlier, if I don't know if he was in here earlier, but I want to find a cool way to route these wires to where it looks like conduit, you know, like some piping of some sort, where all the wires come in and they wrap around the chassis and it just looks amazing. I'm still thinking about ways that I can get that done without the wires being in the way of the moving components. I mean, we got this area here that I was thinking about running the wires to earlier this week. I was thinking about that, and then also I wanted to keep the top portion of this low, and in order to keep the top portion of this low, I wouldn't be able to run these wires over the top. So it's kind of like it's somewhat of a puzzle thinking about these different aspects, things that I want to accomplish. These will be secured in here too. I'll probably have these mounted in here like that. Let's see. I can't believe I'm rounding up on this project here. So I'm getting almost sad to see how close I'm getting. I'm gonna have to start my next project. I got some ideas for the next project. I don't think I'm gonna go this long with, with my shocks on the next build. I think the next shocks are gonna be like 50 millimeter. These are like 77 or something like that. But I think I'm gonna go lower. I'm gonna go like 60, 50, 50 millimeters. Cause what my logic is behind that is I think I'm gonna do another, old school, probably a 64. I've been loving the 64, or even if I can get um, like a Chevelle, I'll get a Chevelle. And, the goal is to not run into that problem what I was dealing with the space being up here. So in my logic, if I go with smaller springs, I can have my servos to stick out further to the sides, and that would give me that clearance to not need to have the chassis so deep into the body, because it'll sit naturally. But that's just my logic. We'll see when I get designing and figure it out. You know, another thing I could do too, maybe my link rod connection. I can do something different with that as well. I designed this just for this build, and I think I'm gonna end up redoing it. The reason why is because it's taking up a whole lot of space. So I thought that by going going with a belt driven system that I will be saving on the sound because I wanted it to be quieter. The fan is pretty loud on the ESC already. And when I was hearing the sound of the gears on the original gearbox, I was like, man, that's just too much noise. Like, how could I chop this noise down? So what I came up with was a belt driven um, 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 gearbox, which was crazy nice how I put the thing together, but it takes up a lot of space. So I mean, the next phase of dealing with this type of build is to see if I can get interior inside. And if I'm trying to get interior inside, this has to go. And along with the same thing with this, like, so if I can't get this down to size, then it's gonna have to sit like in a place where the engine would normally be, and that would be like right up here in the front. And so if I put this in the front, um, well, if I lower these shocks to where they're out of the way, I could have this motor sitting down the center area, which would make clearance, and
the back side, I could put like a speaker box um display back there to kind of make it look like it's a speaker box, or I can make the servos fit into the trunk area instead of having them in the cab area. But that's, that'll be my next step as far as designing like a point 2 version, or a 2.0. But we'll see. If I get some good feedback on how I can make this one better, we'll see where it goes. Cause I know this thing gonna get some crazy downloads. Like people have already been asking for the STLs already in the chats, and I'm like, man, I can't release them just yet. Like they have to be to at a place where you're not gonna waste your filament, trying to make it work. Because if you saw how many prints I did just to get to this point, and I still haven't gotten the body totally mounted on where when it's moving and driving, the chassis is not going to separate from the body. I haven't gotten to that point yet. But we're getting there, we're working it. Uh, but with that in mind, it's kind of like, I'm excited to be able to release the files too, like I'm ready to release them too, but they gotta be right. And then my name is on these, I got my name on these. So, um, when people see this stuff, either they're gonna be like, yeah, he made a crappy design, or they're gonna be like, yeah, V-Well did their thing. I want that second one, I want V-Well did his thing, I don't want, yeah, he did a crappy job and I made all the prints and it just didn't work. I don't want that. That's not good enough for me. So later on, so probably tomorrow, I'll start that print again. We'll get that thing where it needs to be. This is the part here that I think, like, I thought I was done with making it what it is, but as I look at it and thinking about structure, these here are gonna have to get a little thicker, because right now we're at a 0.3, and this is to take the toll of, those servos yanking, who knows how many, 20 kilograms of force, and who knows how long that will last with these holes in the middle. So if you take away the hole in the middle, you're only dealing with like a 0.2, which is like not much force at all, not much reinforcement at all. About that much reinforcement. That's not enough. Not for 20 kilograms. So I'm thinking like I'll make it a little thicker, in which, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be as sleek as I was trying to make it. You know, I'm not losing anything. I'm not losing any space by making these thicker either. So it might be a better choice to make them thicker. But it's just like little things like this. I'm fine tuning to see exactly where I want to be at with it. Um, oh, I think that's 0.2 thickness on this side. We're not even like at a squared thickness. Um, maybe a 0.2, a 0.2 more. You know, let's see how that looks. Yeah, 0.44. So see, like a structure like this would be a whole lot better than something like this trying to hold the thing together. And I mean in either direction too, outweighs to the outer structure side as well.
So 0.2 on this side. Yep. But you know what's crazy too? When I was installing this new one that I printed out, when I was removing the old one, this piece here broke loose. Like right where the hole was, it broke loose. So that just goes to show that um, when you start adding force of driving at a certain speed, or hitting bumps and things like that, and this stuff starts rattling, you know, some of these parts are going to be brittle and they're going to fail, you know. And I mean, I guess like the goal of test driving, your parts or whatever, is to make them break at some point, to push them to a limit to where they break. Let's take away one of these. This one is pretty good. So that make it readable. So that's how it is. I got some space inside of the cab, so I wouldn't necessarily miss out on anything either by making it thicker on the outside. So what we'll do, we'll put the 0.1 on each side for these. So we can push this, push it up 0.1. Guess it won't let me do it. It won't let me do it because of some restraints that I have somewhere. Question though, what's happening with these? Why is so much of that going on? Body? Oh, so the front mount ended up in a whole nother folder. It's supposed to be all the way up here at the top, but it ended up down there. So we got the servo mount, and then we have that. So this was the structure of what I was dealing with before I made it all meaty and stuff. I had to take it back and open it up down in the middle there to make room for stuff. And then once I did that, here I think I took it up like a point 0.2. or like a 0.15 or something like that. What I'm gonna do now is extrude off. You know, see if I can add more meatiness to this. Maybe not that much. Maybe 0.05 on each side, maybe. Come on, don't be so slow. Well, I can't wait to get my processor. Getting that processor was overdue. I built this computer on a budget, and it's been good thus far. But man, there are some things, man, I'm just like waiting to waiting for it to happen. I just had a really cool idea too. Just had a really cool idea that I think may come in handy. Yeah. Let's see. This gotta go up 0.05. Uh, do that much. We're gonna do just what, 90? Bring this down some more. Five, not 25. 35, 23.5. Yeah. Oh shoot. I didn't want to do that. That one. Here and join it. Cut it. And then this here, we'll just take them straight. Do it. No, let's keep that same energy going. Wait, 5. What was it? 34. I can't even remember. What, 24. 23.5. Yeah, 23.5. I gotta remember that number. Then sweep. Hmm. 1.234. No, 3.5. That's the drilling. A little bit. Drilling. Really sleek. So we got that, and then we got this portion here that we're gonna want to push 0.05. Hopefully it works. Nope, it don't work. 4? How about a 1? A 1. No push allowed. So, you know, it is what it is. On doing how we do. Just a little bit. See if we can get rid of this. Yeah. So, can get rid of it from that side either. That means there's something going on inside here. We'll fix it later. Put that on both sides. All right. But it is more structurally sound than it was before. Because we got that side and we don't want to go all the way trying to do the other side. We're just going to split it down the middle and copy it. Come on, be nice to me. Get rid of going so slow. Why are you going so slow, man? Come on. What I be talking about. That processor gonna help us out a great deal. So we got our part, our little thumb tab. Hopefully this is durable, because as I look at it, having this to print this way and having to peel away from it, the same direction that the layers are lined, will make this questionable. But, you know, that was something I had to really think about, how I was going to structure it for this print. Yeah, whatever the hell happened with these supports is not cool. These supports are not supposed to be this hard. I didn't sign up for this, man. I didn't sign up for these supports to be this hard. There we go. Mm. Yeah, we gotta adjust that. And this is just due to me using the old version for the sake of having a live stream and being able to show the progress inside of the machine. But Creality, they gotta fix the software so that doing this will work on the new software. Right now, my setup wasn't working on the new software, so I had to backtrack and go back to the old way or the old version, Lycer, which it's not dialed in like my settings on the newer platform. Never experienced this before. These layer lines is crazy on this support. Not that it really mattered. This is just the bottom of the bracket anyway. So let's see if let's see if our ESC actually fits in this thing. Okay? Because it don't make a difference with me doing all that chopping if it don't fit and don't clip into place how we designed it to. Or if it breaks, in which it could break. Ooh, it actually snapped into place. Oh my gosh. And we got us a winner here. Winner chicken dinner. It's the right height. We got the measurements right. Y'all heard that snap. Y'all heard it. I know y'all heard it. That's a satisfying sound. But one thing, exactly what I was explaining, is these holes, right? I left enough meat to have these holes drilled out, and right now they are kind of tight, a little tighter than I would want them to be. You know, don't go all the way through. So we'll hit that with the drill a little bit. Because one thing I hate doing is drilling the screws in without drilling out the holes a little bit or having enough play in there, and then the screws cause the layers to separate and you end up with a crack. That sucks, especially if you didn't put a couple hours into waiting on a print to finish. We don't want that. So it's this one here. We're gonna drill these out. And spin it around. So these little frays go right into my little bucket down here at the bottom. And not everywhere else. Do another test with them. See, and now we go right there. Well, see, I had enough layers to be able to drill out that much. That was probably like one layer worth of drilling. And if I didn't use 7 layers, then that wall would have had integrity difference. But it still has good integrity because those layers were extra. Now we got to see if it fits into place. where we designed it to sit. Let's see. Are we bumping? Oh, it looks like we're bumping, guys. When you're designing, no matter how much measuring you do, you'll always end up missing something or over calculating something. So, what I am off here, the measurement that I calculated is outward. Let's look at the bottom. Figuring out this measurement so that the box falls in right next to the axle, but doesn't play on the axle, was the goal. As you see where the holes ended up and how close we are to that, the axle. And this is the gamble. So I thought that was going to work. So either you shoot for, we can't force it in there, and we would get all kind of knocking from the, we need that to be free though. When it's moving around, we need all of that play. So we had our measurements off by a long shot. Just some things that I didn't consider. So now this is what I think I'm going to do, because this is going to have to work temporarily until I print another one. This here is going to have to turn into another design as well. So what I'm thinking is, the way that I did the back end, I do it to this end as well. We take these holes and we put them in the inside. Sometimes, like I said, you can over design something and make it more difficult than it is, and then you lose in the long run. So let's go back over to that. Well, let's do this first and get this out the way. So we're going to mirror this. We're going to go against this face here, join them together. Save them. Back over to my ESC. And see, when I was pulling against that tab, it broke too. Look at that. This is a perfect example of what I'll be talking about. It's all about how you structure parts when you're printing. And if you know, like, certain areas are going to get pulled at, or are going to have strain on them, you got to know that it needs to be printed out a certain type of way. So, like, in order for this tab to be strong, this should have been the flat side on the bed, and it should have been printed in this orientation here. to where the bed was sitting flat, and then the layers would have been going this way, and it would have been flat, and this would have been flexible at that point. But this totally snapped off because the layers are all stacked right here. So that perfect example, guys. We spent 30 minutes of our lives looking at this just to not be able to use it, right? Even if we had our holes right, we still didn't have this tab strong enough to, handle what we were going to do with it. So, no biggie though. No biggie at all, because we're going to do what we came here to do, you know. So, let's take that. Let's slice this. This got to go, right? That part goes away. No matter how much work we did on it, we don't sit and we don't dwell on it too much. We move forward. Now these clamps, which sounded really nice when I snapped that part into place, is the direction that I'm gonna go. So we're gonna take this mount here, and we're gonna mirror that. Right? We're gonna mirror it to this side here. Going to extrude that downside area. Going to extrude this right on in a little bit. Just looking at it, making sure that it wasn't going to be overlapping the words. It's at a 0.5, but it's still showing a little gap there. And we don't want to go too low. 0.6. There we are, dropping the logo. Yes, that's good enough. And then the rest of this, we can pull out the rest of the way. If we go in real close, we can see what's happening. And extrude that little bit down. That don't look like much, but it is. It makes a difference. Side here too. All right, so now we got those tabs on this side, right? And I don't know what happened to this side here that made this different from the other side. But more awkward geometry for what I was talking about earlier. We bring all of those together. Come around to this side. These holes gotta go in because we was off. Let's look at it again. You know what though? This is working so well that I don't know why I didn't do this the first time. Perfect. Um, so we gotta make that measurement now. Because we don't want it to be close. I don't want it to be close at all. I just want it to be, I want it to fit in here comfortably. Sometimes comfortably is a little too much to ask for. Sometimes it is. Sometimes we got just the wrong angle. So I mean, maybe I might have to conform to turning it this way. It's got a good height. But if I go this way, it's gonna be taller. It's gonna have to be taller. Or no, it's not gonna have to be taller. So let me hold it this way for the view. What's happening here? Really trying to get this to be inside of the chassis. Hmm. We'll see the shut off stuff that it did where the lights went out. This was part of the reason why they had one of those updates. Then to save that, they went to another version. So let's see. I'm gonna have to just download the other one, or not download it, but I'm gonna have to reinstall the higher version, better version. Let's see. What am I doing? What am I doing here? I'm at 12 o'clock. Yeah. 2 and 3. We need our 0.3. Yes, get rid of them. 1, 2, 10.3. All right. So the matter, and maybe y'all can give me some feedback here. What would y'all rather see? Would you rather see me fitting the unit this way or fitting it this way? Like, let me know in the comments. I think it can be done either way. I think we just gotta, if I'm doing it this way, it's really gonna have to be some Houdini type stuff. Like, I'm really gonna be, yeah, I gotta work some magic to get it to fit in there like this. But I mean, I'm up for the challenge if that's what y'all want to see, you know. Also, I could chop down the print time a whole lot if I'm gonna mount it like this, because I could just create a small block rather than have this attached to this unit. I can create a small block and the screw can go down through that. Well, no, that won't work. It wouldn't work because this bracket would have to get thicker so it can have an inset screw area so that the ESC could still sit flat on the bracket. So that's a challenge. That's the challenge, right? That's the challenge. It can bend as well though too. Hmm. Or the back edge. The thinking process of this is becoming too long, right? This is a very simple piece, and it shouldn't be this hard to make a decision as far as of how I want to mount this thing. But the problem is that the sway bars are right there, and it's disturbing me from being able to mount it how I really want to mount it. But there are a lot of options and different ways to mount it. The idea is just picking one. It could be mounted like this. It could be mounted sideways too. I don't think that's ever been done before, but it could be mounted like that. It's a matter of the wires being in the right place. You know, the wires have to be out of the way and easy to access, but not be in a place where they get pinched by the body, removing any parts, you know. It has to be in a spot where it's not tampered with if it doesn't have to come out. And you should be able to get to other parts without removing it, you know. Those are the goals for having a part like this. Like it's the type of part that should be able to, you install it and it stays there unless you have to take it out. But these ideas, I can keep it low if I keep it in this area here. My mind is drifting back to the idea of putting it back towards the trunk again, but I already know that it don't work. Right here, with the holes being down the center. If the holes are down the center, raise the bed. Alright, same height, just down the middle. Yeah, let's go that up. So this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm gonna think I'm gonna do. Extrude this part over all the way to that side, drop this down the middle, and then together. This part here. Tripping about fillets or what? Because we're not tripping about fillets. Tripping about no fillet. Cut this here. Here, we can go back over there to there. Where it's bigger. That. Dual case, right? Holes. Maybe if I make it that height. I don't need to print. Print a spacer to go in between there. So say this height here, that plus the thickness, and I believe the thickness. So we at 0.433, 0.44. Let's see, 0.44 minus 0.1, which leaves us with 34. So 0.34 center to center. We need to bring this other one up here. Have to chop all of these loose. That off. That off. Yeah. Feels like I'm messing with a Lego block. My brain is starting to slow down, y'all. Alright. We'll get this figured out before we end it. I'll end on a good note. Alright, so get into the center of the box. That we already centered there. Centered the other way now. Go. This way. We're on the outside. Alright, let's do the geometry. Outside line to outside line. 1.7 pretty much. That's what we were calculating the last time. Dividing 1.7 in half gives us at 0.85. So technically if we move this 0.85, maybe, just maybe, we'll be in the middle. Let's see. 0.85 negative. It didn't work. It put us at that line at a 0.5, right? So now that we have that figured out, we got to move it again, the length of this actual block, which is a 0.3. So we got to move it 0.15. I could have added this together if I had done it all at once. Negative 0.15. Now we are center. We want to extrude these holes out of the center there. That dot there. We need that right there. Let's bring them together for a second. together. Extrude those holes out from the bottom. It's gonna give me a hard time. And like it don't want me to move the damn thing. Did it anyway. Alright. So this is what I'm thinking. I want this to sit flat still. So I'm gonna have to open up those holes. Make double this thickness just so the screw head could fit down inside of there. At a 0.116. So we needed to be at least a 0.116, 117. Or I can make it a 0.12. I'll make it a 0.12. Okay. We can go down 0.12. And we can remove this box. This box could be, it can be a part of the process. So let's go down, we say a 0.12. So we're adding some height. Because we're adding this height, we're going to end up with changing the infill. So the infill is not going to have to be 60 because of how thick it's going to be. With it being this thick, we at 0.22. We're not going to need to have that much of an infill. So from our top or from our bottom, that little box there, that's how we're going to keep it. It's just going to be this box now. So we could chop this. This box is going to print separately, and it's going to act as a spacer, which will probably have this to have like 60% infill. And this top portion we'll have around the holes, we'll have those solid, and around the outer side, it won't need to be that much. We'll open these holes up. So we'll get our draw on real quick, find our center points, and then bore those holes out. I think 0.21, 0.22. Let's go 0.23. 0.23 on this side. Okay. 0.23 over here. Well, we said we need to go down 0.12. Take that out, finish that. Bring these down. Negative 0.12. Now we have room for the two screws to do their thing. Okay. Screws go in through the spacer into the bracket. And we'll still have a flat surface here. That's plenty strong for the ESC. So let's try this point. Let's try this, and then See what that does. I can't believe that machine shut off on me. It's on some haterade. Great haterade. So we'll name this the mount spacer. Mount spacer. Take both of these. We'll send them over to the printer. Close this out. All right. So we sent that over to the printer. And there seems to be another update on the software. And I have to do this update. And hopefully this is a fix that I've been complaining about for the last week or the last 2 weeks or however long I've been dealing with it. Let's get us back over here to Creality. And into the parts that we're going to print right now. Worked on quite a bit here. With those 2 parts and then come in here together. So they left the spacer out. Alright, this is what I'm going to do. Close this out. Come back over here. Both of these. Send them over to the printer again. How y'all doing? The ones that's coming in, thank you for coming in. I've been just vibing on some designs for this lowrider. Feel free to chime in, leave some feedback. I love feedback. Forget to like the stream so that other people could be able to see it through the grace of the algorithms. The algorithms don't like to play nice. So the more people that like the stream, the better the algorithms do, the more views that happen. Center this off.
This is gonna get printed in ABS. I'm gonna do a individual objects on this one, 100% infill for it. For this part here, we're gonna go down to 60%, which is still kind of meaty. We're gonna do that 7 wall layer just to kind of get that thing right. Also the layer height, I'm gonna change that to 25 because that's gonna give us some speed as well. And same difference on this part, 25. There is no need for supports now. Well, it's not gonna recognize anything anyway. Where I need to be. Let's see how much time this is gonna take. Nah, that's not realistic. Go with the standard. No way this thing is gonna print slower than it printed last time, and it had supports last time. There's no way. Yeah, that's more like it. I'll take it. But they were tripping. They were tripping on an hour. I'm not waiting an hour for this. But we are going to be looking at this thing, calculating and doing all kind of weird stuff for like a good 5 to 10 minutes before it prints something. So this part, no good. 30 minutes of the stream of watching this print, and we cannot use it. But it did become a good tool for us to have a realistic item to where we could actually get precise measurements. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes you can't get your precise measurements because the part is not available, like tangible in your hands. And, measuring something in airspace is a lot different than having an actual part laying down where it's supposed to go and actually seeing where to measure. So I get that quite a bit, even when, I start getting tired, my brain starts to turn into mush and, my calculations get off. And when that happens, I end up right here on the second go around, about to print for a second time and, you know, hoping that, this time is the better time. Hopefully we get it right this time. This is what it takes sometimes. You get the best designs when you do it a few times too. Let me know if y'all can hear me. I'm starting to wonder if y'all can hear me. Because I haven't had anybody respond yet in the chats. We did all the designing that we was gonna do today. There's nothing else to work on while we wait on this thing. Man. But the stream is doing pretty good though today. I haven't had any crashes. I haven't had no glitches happening. So I'm happy with that. More than you could hope for when you're doing a live stream is that it doesn't go down on you, make you restart. Hopefully this design is what it needs to be. Lines right here is what that weirdness is about. It's okay because we're going to print that. We're going to print a little bit of that weirdness right there, but it's not even going to be noticeable. You can get rid of it. Still got one left. It's such a small area that you can't get to it really without trying to extrude out and then chop it. Like this small patch I could push out, right? I could push it out sometimes. Sometimes you could push out. Um, that's not the case. They be hating. This platform be hating. Oh man, everything be hating to me if it ain't working with me. It's hate. I think I got it. I think I grabbed that edge. Let's see if it did something. Oh, we grabbed it. Oh, look at that. Oh, snap. Look at that. Cut it. Oh, can't cut it. Join it. How cool was that? I didn't expect that. Sometimes these platforms they don't operate how you think they should operate, but it is cool when they do some things that you don't expect them to do. I didn't expect to get rid of that ugly corner there like that. That was pretty cool. You see, we are still waiting on that machine. How long we been waiting on that machine? It's still thinking. It's like maybe I want to print for them, but maybe I don't want to print. But maybe then again, I might act like I want to print. Come on. Okay, see what we doing. It's gonna come out to the center, then go back. Kind of reminds me of like one of those people that's like, you tell somebody to tell somebody something else, and then they go okay, and then they walk away from you, and then they walk back and they ask you what you said again. It's like, all right, man, like get all the details so you don't have to walk back. Like that's how I feel this machine does. It's like you tell it what to do, it starts calibrating and everything, like it's about to get started, and then it goes back and it just goes back for more information. It's like, come on, man. Like I gave it all to you. You have everything. You know what to do. And what's crazy is that in the direction that AI is going, it's only a matter of time before this machine starts talking to me. And I get in arguments. I can imagine getting into an argument with this machine like, hey man, like I'm gonna replace you if you just keep up with it. Could you imagine arguing with your appliances? Like, man, I'm gonna replace you if you keep it up, man. Like, you gotta do better. Like, I spend too much money on you for you to be acting like this. And then you gotta worry about like your appliances being ungrateful. But I didn't ask you to buy me anyway. I don't want to be here no way. Like, all right, I'll take you back to the store. You keep it up. I'll send you back without the box you came in. How about that? How about that? Thing moving with the strength. You don't want it to be moving. Yep, it's doing what it need to do. All right. Took a little bit for us to get to this point, but I'm hoping that this is the last go round, and we get this put in place. And tomorrow we're focused on something else. Now I've been thinking, I didn't have anything on the agenda for tomorrow, but I'm thinking about creating something better for this battery pack. Now these did just fine, and they are just fine for right now, but I'm thinking maybe there's smoother or sleeker way that I can put these together, um, so where I can take them out easier. Because having to like pry these out every time I want to recharge sucks. So me being able to um, put these into a sleeve, like maybe I drop them down into a sleeve, and I have a slot that latches or a screw on top or something like that. Something cool. But for right now, it does what it's supposed to do, you know? But, we are in the final parts of this design. So maybe tomorrow that would be something I can do. Unless y'all have any suggestions of some things that y'all want to see this channel create. Do y'all have anything that y'all would like to see me create or design tomorrow? Let me know if you do. Let me know. Go. Let's get it. Still not populating right. I don't understand what's happening with this platforming. Why is it not populating? We are most definitely not on 0 layers right now. I'm glad the camera's working though. I'm glad for that. That information needs to be populating. Like it's really printing. I don't think this print is gonna take 30 minutes at all. This thing is moving so fast right now. I mean, look at that. Crazy. Mm, 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 mm. This should have been the first design. Still going crazy. And in phases of this. And blow it up. Fire this. So now we're at 3 different designs for this simple thing. Design 1, design 2, and now we're printing design 3. And hopefully design 3 is the last design, because we deserve it. We deserve for this one to be the one. Real quick, in the comments, can y'all tell me what y'all would rather see tomorrow um, on this build? What's on the to-do list is the magnet mount for the back end of the chassis. That has to be designed, and I don't know exactly where I'm gonna do that. I have to build a new battery housing so that taking these batteries out for charging is easier than they are. Or I'm also going to be redesigning. I'm going to be redesigning the swing arm mount. This bar here. I'm going to be redesigning this. It's not going to be a bar anymore. It's just going to be 2 sides that are going to hold that. So let me know what y'all want to see tomorrow. I'd like to know what's happening, what y'all interested in. On layer 3. See, it's telling us that we're on layer 3. We're far beyond layer 3. This is like 10 layers in already. And this thing is moving.
You start moving that fast. Hmm.
Come on in. It is 1:15. Can't get the thing to go full screen to save my life. Trying to get it to go full screen. It don't want to. uh, second time by itself. Benches. Those bench, yeah. It's a cool test that they designed for you to see all the elements and stuff. It's finally done. Finally done. Go back over to the bench. Work some stuff out. Hopefully we can get this thing to do what we need it to do. Part is extremely hot. There is 100 degrees temperature. Fahrenheit. Oh, big enough. Should just slide right in like that. Flat surface. Perfect. See, we'll have to see if we have enough meat at the bottom of this to be sturdy. It looks sturdy. Just like this. Tap in. That didn't move. Would be exactly what we needed to do. Flip in without breaking. Craziness. That was a fast print. It turned out really nice. Really nice. Proud of that print. Happy with that. Now what we gotta do is see if this thing is gonna be perfect mount position for us so that we can move on in this build. We've been playing around with this for too long. Today has been all about this. Let me get that one, goes through that one, and then goes down through another one. Hole. Second hole needs to be drilled out, but we haven't done such things. Not yet. Tray's in a good spot. We'll have to go with a longer screw though. Give us a longer screw. Alright, so this screw is kind of long, but hopefully it gets the job done. And eventually these will be gone. Eventually. Yeah. The idea would be our ability of this, for this to snap in to be this way. Alright, so it's gonna work. It's gonna work. That's success. Let's get these holes drilled. For this last hole, let's get it drilled. For some drilling. Right after we done did all that vacuuming and cleaning. these out of the way in order to get to that part back there. A success though. Finally got them out that we needed together. To move that out the way a little bit. Get the rest of this hole drilled. One more drill bit and then we are fastening it down. I had to double check that. I didn't want to be drilling and make the wrong hole. That's never fun. All right. Yep, that's the hole. I think this is an M30. I gotta pull out another M30. See, up M30. I'm getting good at this, y'all. Starting to get somewhat good at this. It didn't come overnight though. A lot of hours of me going back and forth in that case, learning what the different screws look like, and getting to this point. The whole box. Missed the whole box. How do you miss the whole box? Yeah, actually probably could go 25s and 25s on this. But I'm rocking with the design though. Where we're at. Like down. In there. How it need to be. Now, ultimate choice is which way do I put this? Do I put them facing backwards? Do I put them facing forward? That should be the best way. It's the more logical way. The logical way will probably to have it on this side. This cord to come around on this side. Charger going towards the back side. Love the sound of that click. Awesome. We got our battery power there. And then these go back into place. We're where we need to be as far as this part here. That where it needs to be. The switch is right here. We'll figure out a place for this. That'll be here and out of the way. Let's test it and see if we got any rattle out of this thing with it being right there. Well, get our steering together. That was a challenge getting that part together. Drive height all the way up top, back side, drive height, and all the way extended. We are in there. Drive height crazy. Where it need to be. Where she need to be. All right, mission accomplished. So the goal was to mount our ESC today. We did that effectively. Tomorrow, I don't know what I'm gonna be working on tomorrow, but probably creating another battery source or a battery case, so that I can have a easier way to get these batteries out and charge them. This was one of the options that I decided on for myself rather than going out and buying a battery for RCs, that I would build my own, and I'm able to swap out those cells when they go bad, rather than having a pack that only have so many life cycles per pack. Um, so that's what we did. Um, so I'll be rebuilding that. You know, there's a few other things that I'll be rebuilding. I wanted to save the chassis frame for last, because I wanted to see where all of these holes are going to line up first, how everything is going to be mounted before I make a final decision on where all the holes are going to be. And that way, once I do my final print, I won't have random holes in a frame that don't need to be there and cause the integrity of the frame to be weaker. So, um, couple of things we got. So we got the battery case um, to figure out. We also have um, the magnetic mounts for the body to sit on the chassis. I already have the front figured out. I just need to work on the back side. And one of the options is to actually incorporate the magnets into the case for or the battery case. This battery tray here. That's one choice. I can have the mounts up here, so where they sit on the top side. I can also have a center mount to where it sits in here somewhere. But I'm still messing around with those ideas and just trying to see what the best option would be. Because I want it to be effective. I want it to be fun. I want it to be easy for other people to build it. And so figuring these things out right now is going to make it a lot easier for other people once I release the files for this. So people could just go and create their own, add to it, take from it, do whatever they want to do, and post their ideas and show what they've done with this. So tomorrow we'll see what I feel like tomorrow when it comes around to it, and then we'll take it from there. But thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for any feedback that was given. Thank you for the views. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for the time that some of y'all spent here with me today, watching me do this, and the patience that you had to have for this machine that I'm working with and the platform, because I know that sometimes that's not easy. Dealing with platforms and having so many things open at the same time causes these things to go kind of slow, and um, just having to wait on them and actually sticking around for the stream to pop, like Shabata be saying, trying to make the stream pop. But you know, thank you. Thank you for being here. And hopefully I'll see y'all again tomorrow in here when I'm doing my thing, and we'll get y'all dialoguing and talking. But until next time, y'all, I'm out here.